We had our first fractal with our W pattern here. Right, measured move hit on that impulse. But not before we fractaled into another smaller W. Or larger, I should say. Now you're just in a bearish channel. What's good with y'all? How's everybody doing? My eyes burning right now, man. They put some drops in there. Felt like acid. So we missed class. I was trying to get through this optometrist and make it back in time, which is why I didn't I didn't release a bulletin. But by the time they were done messing with my eye and I looked at the time, it was already 4:30. So what I'm gonna do later is the next class is gonna be or today's class was supposed to be when we looked at the charts pertaining to the actual cycles that we've covered so far. But I've got to cook those charts up. So in a little bit, I'm gonna duck down to the auditorium, to the classroom to work on some charts. And if anybody is around, because I know it's Easter, right? If anybody is around and wants to have like a little question and answer, just kick it. We can come down there and then I'll do that. We'll do it all together. Like I said in the message, if you're chilling with the fam, don't even worry about it, right? We're gonna cover all of this. This is just me putting the charts together and just talking shit. Really. Nah, it wasn't pink eye. It wasn't pink eye. Nah, no needle. Hell no. Nah, he just gave me some wipes to use to clean my eye. And some like ointment shit to put in there. And then I gotta go back once it heals up and get my vision test and get my new contacts and my glasses and all that good stuff. Yeah, YouTube is notorious for that shit, bro. You just gotta ignore them. There's no way to control them at all. And they're so obviously fake. They got Elon ones, they got Michael Saylor ones, they got Solana ones. There's like a season for that shit, right? Anybody who's been here for a while, those fake AI videos, it seems like there's a season for them. Like they'll be all over the place and they go away for months and they all come back all at once. Right up, you know, that's the measured move currently that's already played out. That's just catching up. The amount of messages that I have in my DMs right now, people snitching on Bobby, is hilarious. I think I'm gonna have to fine tune the little guy. I might have given him a little bit too much freedom.
All right. Dbloc, you know the YouTube isn't up, right?
What do you mean not up?
Um, hold on, maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, YouTube's up. I think I'm talking to people in chat right now. So.
Oh, okay, all right, my bad.
I just reset it though.
Oh, maybe
You're
that's
probably on the
why.
old stream, yeah.
Are we doing class today?
No, I was supposed to be earlier, but I had to go to the optometrist. And last night, somebody reminded me that it was Easter. I completely forgot about that shit. I've been so swamped.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, that's cool.
But
Might be a
I
good
am
day
gonna
for
go
that
down and
then.
work on some charts for the next class. And I was gonna do that like on my own on my research time, but I'll do it in class, and then that way anybody that is around at least has something to do. We could do like a Q&A or something.
Mm-hmm. No, I got to watch the last class, so
Yeah, catch up on that.
since we're not doing it, yeah, that's what I'm about to do right now. Since we're not gonna hop in class real quick.
Yeah, catch up on that because then the next one it'll make more sense.
All right, all right. I'll let you in a little bit.
Yes, sir. The reason Bobby doesn't have a face, y'all, is because he's supposed to be emotionless. He's supposed to be a rock. What's going on with Silver? Yeah, what was somebody said something about Soul having an exploit? I literally haven't looked at one piece of news today. I got to catch up on it in a minute, but structure really looks shit on Silver. Yeah, if you're just looking at it naked chart, it's just good to pull a brand new chart. The slow breaking W is starting to become an issue on Silver. Right? We know slow breaking W's create bear flags. So now you're sort of on bear flag watch for Silver here. And structure doesn't look great. But you technically haven't invalidated that W just yet. But does it look good? Nah, it doesn't look good. This should really have started looking healthier by now. Right? And by that we mean like getting above that 50 EMA on the daily. If this ends up just being a bearish retest, then they're not done. Physical is starting to go down a little bit, but definitely not as extreme as what you're seeing. And you still have massive imbalance above. Hasn't been handled. Smaller one right below. Not a whole lot of market maker participation on this drop either, at least on the daily. Lowest price silver could go depends on if the cycle is over, right? We were already in super cycle territory for silver, right? Meaning it already passed and got blow off tops way past where the tops should have been. But the question is it done, right? For that, we have to look at its brothers and sisters. This. And let's put on our liquidity cycle. Right, so we saw them super cycle. The question is it done? Right, on the weekly, this is the first test of the 50. Right, meaning this is actually a corrective move for silver, which is obvious at this point, right? Now the corrective move was spawned by manipulation, but chart-wise, right, this isn't out of the ordinary of what you would expect. The problem is on a daily, you've already lost that 50, right? And in this entire move up, for the most part, if we get rid of these, this entire move up for the most part has been 50 and 200 corrections, right? Retraces to the 50 with corrections to the 200. And then it holds, right? And then you get retests to the 50 and then corrections to the 200, right? You haven't had a full correction to the 800 EMA yet, which means that the trend is still strong, right? 50, 50, right? It's been a while since we had a correction. I haven't had a correction since April 2025. Right? They've all been shallow retraces to the mean until now. Right? This is our first correction. So now the question is this just another correction to the 200? And then we pull above the 50 and make another run, right? Is the super cycle not done for metals? Or do we lose the 200 and go to a full correction back to the 800, which at that point would be cycle ending, in my opinion? Bro, I don't even know what to say about Trump anymore. Y'all know I take care of my grandma. My grandma's had dementia for a while. And the amount of times that I've heard that man sound like my grandma, bro, is unsettling. The problem is when you're like naturally wild anyways, it's hard to tell, you know? It's like, is he just being Trump or is there more to it? I know when my grandma starts talking like Trump, I get her a chicken sandwich from Burger King and a sundae, and then she chills out. I don't know if somebody on Trump's team might want to try that, but that chicken sandwich from Burger King is my grandma's like favorite food. But she has dementia, right? So she never remembers eating it. So every time I get it for her, like imagine it, like dementia sucks, obviously, right? But depending on who takes care of you, it can also be like a cool thing if they know how to work with it. Like I know what all her favorite shit is, but she doesn't remember any of it. So whenever I order her favorite food, she gets to taste her favorite food for the first time ever. Like it's the first time she's ever had it, right? And it's that same reaction every time. So when somebody's like that, you just got to surround them with all the things they love and then just like feed them periodically, you know, and keep them in that like that happy phase. A lot of work, but it's doable. Yeah, we'll take a look at oil. Still making our way up. Measured move is 125. Our danger zone is 124 though. This red, let me take this off. So this red zone is basically like our manipulation Bermuda Triangle. Right? Every time oil's been manipulated back down underneath 100, it's happened inside of this range. Right? And it's happened sooner each time. So we will test that here soon. But just understand that recessions have always started with pushes up on oil. Right? These moves up have usually been that last call sign. Right? 2008, everything went nuts right before the housing crash. And then 2014, steady uptrend, right? Right until the end of the monetary cycle. And again, 2016 ran further than Bitcoin, right? But still caught a bad one. And then COVID, right? It's like right as we go into recessions, you start to see these outliers on oil. By the time that the government admits we're in a recession, we're already halfway through it, by the way. So if you're waiting for your elected employees to say the R word, it ends up being too late. Remember that commodity gear has to grind before it moves the real estate gear. And we know that real estate gear is just a couple of months from spinning. So what you're seeing on commodities right now is that push. It could be the medication, Sirac. You have to have that looked at too, man. I know my grandma was getting these shakes really bad. Like, you know, you see old people sitting there and like their hands are shaking. And went to the doctor a couple times and they're like, well, you know, she's old. Like, you know, she's over 90. That's what happens. I was like, nah, bro, that's not. So I looked into it and apparently if they're over, it's a sign of over medication. Right. So I had them go and look at all the pills that they had given her. And there was a couple that were sort of doubled up, right? Like they had replaced the pill with something else, but they had never pulled the old one. So Trust but verify. You know, we have the technology. You can do your own research. Don't just take what the doctor says.
What's good, fam? How's everybody doing?
What's going on, bro?
On Insta. How's your eye, dude? What'd the doctor say?
Ugh, I got a bunch of shit to put in it. They basically said I just have to chill on it. It'll go away.
Good. So nothing too major, just a sty.
Yeah, just a style. The positioning of it was where he was like, "Oh, that's an unfortunate position." It's like right where your eyeball rotates, you know. So no matter where I look,
Yeah, that's rough.
it's all good though.
And it's the worst thing of styes, man. It's the time.
Hmm.
That's the only thing.
So he told me, "Chill,
I
don't stress your eyes out too much." Da da da. I was like, "All right, cool." So I came home and jumped in front of the charts.
was gonna say, man, you need to get an eye patch or something so you're
I
not
got one. The crazy
using.
thing is I've got two eye patches because, well, you know, the last year I've tried to take this left eye out at least twice.
Yeah, I feel you.
But he said that that could be it. What he said was that because I told him I was like, "Look, bro, like I scratched my eye twice, and now the third time's like at this point I feel like I'm being cursed." He's like, "Nah, what probably happened is you scratched your eye the first time with something real, and then because of the scratch, you ended up getting some sort of bacterial infection, which gave you a cyst the second time, right? And the cyst just felt like you scratched your eye, and then now you got so." He's like, "We got to clean it out, make sure we get some antibacterial drops and all that, and make sure that everything's cool." But it's all connected,
Yeah,
I guess.
man. Yeah, it really is all connected when you look at it in that sense.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
well,
what
that's
I'm
good. It's
doing,
just
Mike.
a sty.
Yeah, I could see it when I pull my, not to be like nasty, but when I pull my eyelid back, I could see it like a big ass pimple just sitting there. He's like, "Don't pop it." I'm like, "Bro, I learned my lesson a long time ago."
Bro, they just pop on their own. That's the thing with those. At least mine do.
That's the part that was killing me. He's like, "Don't pop it because you'll spread the infection to your eye, right?" And I'm like, "All right, cool." And then 5 minutes later, he goes, "It'll pop on its own." I'm like, "Wait a minute.
That's what I
Wait a
know.
minute. I'm no genius, but what's the difference if it pops on its own? Is it still, is it not just going to spread the infection? Like, but whatever, I'll take your word for it, Doc. I'm not gonna sit here and fight with you about it.
Oh, yeah, you better not be wearing contacts.
Nah, he made me take them out.
Good, good. Oh, is someone going crazy in the bubble chat? Just FYI.
Joe's good. He knows why he got muted. It could be. I wouldn't doubt it, Julie. Gonna lie, I've been low key stressed out. And 24 hours are almost up anyways.
Wait, Dbloc, quick question. Have you heard of the channel Predictive History? Have you seen this guy?
The Chinese spy dude, yeah, he's good, bro.
Yeah, bro. I just recently found him. I've been binging all his videos. Like,
Mm-hmm.
crazy, man.
Yeah, he's decent.
Crazy.
I ran into him like a week ago, 2 weeks ago or something. He's on point, but I do low key think he's a spy.
Man, by the way he's saying all this, I wouldn't doubt it.
I mean, it's not anything that we haven't talked about, right? But it's something. The fact that he came out of nowhere just feels like a plant, you know.
Yeah.
Like he
Yeah.
legit came out of nowhere and he's everywhere now. But he's not wrong.
Yeah, no, he's talking some truth.
Yeah, he's not wrong. But that's exactly sort of what you would expect. Right? People think that like spies are like James Bond and all in, trench coat and sneaking into like a lot of that shit is that type of work. This type of work. Hearts and minds work. And sometimes it's not even that it's not true, right? It's just trying to get information out to people that they're not getting from their side.
Would you kind of call that like a whistleblower in a sense?
Joe, go sober up, bro. Seriously. I'm tired of having to deal with this shit every day, bro. Go sober up before I block you from chat too. Five years of this shit. All right, go sit in the corner and think about what you did. When you have a specific rule in the Discord meant for one person and that one person can't follow that one rule, there's a line, bro. Yeah, we could leave that open for later for sure. I still want this false move up. It would actually fit for what we're looking for. Go up, grab that false move, grab that liquidity, hit that measured move, come back and grab CME, and then go into our 3-day down. No, I'm super patient. And what you guys don't realize is that's not really in my nature. Right? You guys get the best side of me here, but don't take advantage of it. Well neutral means a whale made a buy, but market maker matched the trade. So it didn't hit a delta up or down. So you're getting like absorption, right? Market maker's trying to absorb this. There's still people in there. My bad, Joe. I feel horrible. I really did intend on leaving that optometrist and coming right back and going to class.
Don't feel bad. They know that. They actually, I mean, everybody who's been in and out of there has realized that you probably weren't going to have best day because of your eye in Easter.
All right, cool.
They're just trying to get extra.
Everybody gets extra points, extra credit for everybody in the auditorium right now.
Because I was there since I was late since 3:20.
We're going to talk bullish cases. It's just a question of how high do we go here. Right, the most bullish case for me would be if we come and grab that vector above. I'm all but sure we're just going to put in a lower high here, though. If we draw our uptrend, there's a chance that we will break this uptrend, though. But if we draw our uptrend, oh, we just broke it now. Okay, that makes sense why it was such a nice pop. So yeah, 200. Let's go down lower time frames and see where our market maker motivations are. $15-minute, everything's underneath us. Where's that 800? We just hit the 800 on the 30. And then on the hourly, the 800 is somewhere near our, yeah, right at our SR flip. So either that 15, and I do think we're going to free the trap longs. So I do think that the 800 on the hourly is the target here. But to be sure, we need to see how we react on the 30, right? Because we are rejecting in real time. But small, retrace, hold ground, pop that 800, go for the one on the hourly is sort of what I'm looking at. Let me drop a line so we can see where we free these trap longs at. Let me go grab a soda. I'll be right back. Hold on. All right, I'm back, y'all. Let's see what we got here. About 50% of the move in the bag. Okay, one day. Let's not get too crazy. We are in a bear market. Might have got a good punch in the eye right here, but they're still winning. No real drastic weekly candle close targets, but if you want to be careful, you want to just watch sort of our metrics we've been watching. And you wanted to make this look as good as possible. Then you want to close above that 200. Right, that turns this back into a green arrow and puts us back on one strike instead of two. And that number is what, 6831. We'll drop a line on the chart. 6831. We just passed it, like literally. I think my optometrist smokes weed. He told on himself today, in a way. Because he asked me if I smoked. He asked me if I smoked cigarettes. Which, honestly, now that I think about it, I wonder why he asked if I smoke cigarettes or not. But, I was like, nah, I just smoke weed. He's like, well, you know, be careful for the next couple days. He's like, because, you know, when you get that weed smoke in your eye, that burning sensation, that's going to feel 10 times worse with a sty in your eye. And I was like, yeah, true. And on the way home, I was like, wait a minute. It didn't hit me till I was like on the way home. On the way home, I was like, wait a minute. How is he so familiar with that feeling? Thought it was funny.
You found a real one.
Yeah, that's a good point, Price. You think the bears realize the importance of closing above this? Or the bulls? Or do you think we're just magically finding resistance at that 50 on the weekly here? The line right here above is our trap longs. You want to know what my instinct is? My instinct is that we take this just long enough to close that weekly candle underneath, just enough to turn up and then free the trap longs after it doesn't mean anything for the macro.
So in this case right here, where we're kind of where we haven't freed the trap longs, if we do reverse here, could we still say that we would have a 3-day down even we don't take out the trap
No,
longs?
you'd have to take them out. It would worst case scenario would be one of those situations where you come down and grab CME, right, and then make that move, and then have the 3-day down after. Which, I mean, would make for some really good longs if that happened. I'm not mad at that. But I think we're close enough to do it. That 800 on the 30-minute and the 50 and the 200 on the weekly is what we're sort of fighting with right here. But they're going to free the trap long. The question is, do we get this full measured move or do we get knocked against that resistance? That's the question I have, really. Trap longs is at 68681. Measured move is 6935. That SR flip is like 691 to 688. It's like a zone. Now, bears, gotta remind y'all, just because you have the false move and we come up, and even if we clear all of this and come all the way down and clear CME, that doesn't mean that this move is over, right? We have until Monday to judge whether that high is in, right? How many times have we seen them come up? Anybody that's been here for a while, how many times have we seen them come up, free the trap longs, come down, clear CME gap, and then put in the high for the week to just roll over? Yeah. So we have to keep an eye out for that. Doesn't mean it can't be. It could very well. This could very well be the top for the week. And then we come down, grab CME, put in a lower high. But we can't be sure about how high this move is going to go, right? Or that this is done, that this is the top until Monday. So 1 day of trading by momentum won't kill anybody.
We still have an hour for the daily and weekly.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. That's what's going to be interesting. If we go for this now, do they make a move to get back underneath that 200 EMA before the weekly? or do they hold it to lock in that weekly? It's going to give us a little idea of who's more in control here, the bulls or the bears. Obviously, the bears want a weekly close underneath, right? Bulls want a weekly close above. It's possible, you create. I mean, that's what we were talking about, right? Anybody taking shorts from the top of this false move up, in my opinion, with the time that we have left, you are putting yourself in a position to possibly be catching the short that takes out the lows, right? It's not a definite, right? Nobody can promise you that. But the way that the chart is set up, I mean, I'm looking for one more lower high before we take out the lows. And if I'm right, the next lower high won't take that one out, which means, you know, this is one of those positions that you could get into a longer sort of like surf type scalp. But you're going to have to play it as if it's a short position, like meaning if it's a short time frame position, just a regular scalp short. And then if it turns into that, right, then at least you're already in the, you know, you're already in the trade. Not financial advice. I'm just saying for anybody that already plans on shorting, just know that it is set up pretty nicely to maybe turn into something longer.
Already? I was thinking higher.
We'll see. We'll see what high we get for the false move this week. But I feel the same way as I felt about the one where we topped. It was pretty, conviction was pretty strong that that was going to be our top. But remember, every high looks just like the last high. It's not until you take out the lows that you look back on it and you're like, oh shit, that was the lower high. You know what I mean? Like that was the one. So all I'm saying is there's no way to know right now. But if that does take out the lows, then you'll be looking back on this in a week saying, oh shit, that was the one, right? So if your plan is to catch the one, then just be safe, but know that this is at least lined up to where it could possibly be that. Everything plays out correctly. I don't give us, I've been saying a month, but it's been like a week and a half already. So, I mean, I don't give us more than 2.5 weeks in this range. Unless something drastic happens. But either way, we're either going to pop out or we're going to pop down. My bet is down. Yeah, there's time, Dragonfly. We're not near the bottom yet. Because we just cleared all of them. Right, we just swept all that liquidity. If we turn the dead bodies on, that was a clean sweep. Now, in class, when we get there, when we start talking about the hierarchy, right, I teach that the blues are the ultimate goal. Right? The reason that is think of it like think of it like the way you trade. How much do you put into a 100x position versus a 50x? Right? Versus a 25x. So the 25x positions are usually bigger in dollar size, right? Because people that trade 25x have given themselves what they think is a safe cushion and they feel comfortable going heavier. So when market maker dips into this liquidity, like this is where the money is really at, which is why it's usually the end of the road, which is why we talk about staying in the dark zones, right? Because it's not like they can't go get you, but it doesn't make financial sense half of the time to go for the 15x's, 10x's, 5x's. Right? By that time, you've already developed so much money to the bottom that it makes much more financial sense to go after the newly minted 100s, 50s, and 25s. Red. Red's 100x, purple is 50. They're vectors because of the liquidations. Right? All of these people were forced to market buy and market sell. So market maker knows that he needs to come back for CME. Right? And you get a move up, a false move up, which we do every week, one side or the other. So it's always going to be backed by market maker. Leaving those short positions here, right? Whenever you see green vectors, market makers opening short positions. You went to your exchange and you said, I want 100x long this, or I want to buy this on spot. Exchange goes to market maker and says, hey, you want to match this order? Market maker comes in and matches the other side of that order, right? If you bought the Bitcoin, he sold it to you. But then positions are opened. Short positions are opened right at your entry. So all of these green candles have market maker short positions. What that does is when price comes around and he pays himself, right? Like double dipping. We technically haven't taken out these trap longs, but we are about to here in a second. All right. Officially signaled the false move for the week to the top side. So we are looking at a 3-day down this week, but we're looking at a top side move that still has about a 24-hour expiration date on it. Massive whale buys. But where's the candle moving? Look at the buys. 243 Bitcoin, 151 Bitcoin, 39, 26, 31, 49. Why is the candle not moving?
Why would they do that?
Because he's already hit his target, which was to free the trap longs, and his motivations are now to the downside. They're not absorbing all of it, though, or you would see whale neutrals. But it's effort versus effect. Right? Pay attention to how much effort one side puts in versus the other, and then pay attention to the effect that it has on the candle. When you start to pay attention to that, you'll notice sometimes the bulls will throw 500 Bitcoin at it and you get a little, and then the bears sell 150 Bitcoin and you'll get a big 2-inch candle to the bottom and you're like, wait a minute, you know what I mean? But it's effort versus effect. It just means that the order book is stacked on the way up, but it's light on the way down. And that sort of lets you know where the sentiment lies. But the false move ups on the weekly inventory, somebody was asking about why the 24 hours. The false move Monday ends Monday night. But if you get that false move on Sunday, right, then you still have that possibility to put in a new high going into Monday before they flip the switch. Yeah. Like I said before, there's really no magic to it, right? It's literally just market makers rebalancing their inventory for the upcoming week. Except that their inventory, since they're liquidity providers, Their inventory is money. Right? So they need to get back all the debts, line up all the plays, which is what a lot of the weekend trap is about. A lot of my work on the side has been going into adapting our weekend trap strategy for when CME is open 24 hours. Right? We have no time to bullshit when it comes to that. We have about a month and a half, maybe less than that, like a month left. And we're gonna have a strategy to start using off the gate, right? Now, when developing new strategies, it takes time, right? Because we're gonna need a couple of months to pass by to see how things actually move. But I have a couple of ideas already on how I expect price action to play out on the weekend once that happens. So one thing that's not going to change is market makers' necessity to rebalance their inventory every week. Right? That's not going to change. The method on how it's done on the weekend might. If I had to right now, if I was forced to say what I think will happen, I think that we will keep the weekend trap and it'll be a ghost memory of CME that used to be, and we'll have to explain to future traders that there used to be a time where CME closed and the weekend trap, and it still does that because just like everything else, right? The same reason people still trade the moon.
Bro, I'm honestly pissed. As soon as I absolutely got the weekend trap and actually play it
You're not the
correctly,
only one, bro. My DM is
damn
full of
the way.
people that are like, of course they're gonna change it now. Now that I got this shit figured out. But don't worry, y'all. This happens all the time. We lose edges. We refine our strategy. You know, we're cool. We're cool. Now,
Yeah.
anybody that's in a community that's being led by somebody who's just following somebody else's strategy, good luck. Because I don't know what they're gonna have to find somebody else to you know what I mean? Like, if you don't know how to adapt in real time and how to create your own sort of strategies, then your community is gonna suffer through this. Yes, Rock, I've been saying that, but if you've been trading within the last year, and I mean the bear market, cool, but even before that, like 3 or 4 months before the top of the bull, like you guys got thrown into the deep end, bro. Legitimately.
And we rise from the deep.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, bro. If this shit didn't kill you, you're good. If this shit didn't wipe you mentally, like screw the money. You lost your money, whatever. You're still here. You know what I mean. You're not gone. But if this shit didn't screw you up mentally, then I don't know what they can throw at you after this. We got one
They
more
screwed me up.
thing. We got one more thing to get through. The housing crash bear market or housing crash bull market. Right? We've never housing will be going down for the next 4 years, right? As per the cycle. We've never had a bull market during the housing crash or a bear market. So you guys have one more sketchy cycle to get through where there could be some surprises, right? Nobody could tell you. I could tell you what's supposed to happen, but nobody could tell you what's going to happen because we've literally never. Bitcoin was born out of the ashes of the last stock market. I mean, the last real estate crash. Its purpose was for the next real estate crash when that came through and everything went to shit, that people would have something decentralized to invest in so they weren't affected by the da-da-da. Whether that plays out or not, well, Bitcoin hasn't had to prove it yet, right? This bull run, it'll have to prove it. But after this bull run, we would have seen every possible environment. Real estate up, real estate down. Commodities up, commodities down. The only thing we went in quantitative tightening, quantitative easing, right? We would have seen every monetary policy cycle that is imaginable. The only one that we haven't seen would be the end of the 500-year cycle, right? What happens to Bitcoin as the global reserve currency shifts hands? And for that, we're probably gonna have to wait at least a decade, if not more. So if you can get through this and you can get through the next cycle, then our playbook will be complete at that point. Then it's just about using the right strategy during the right time, right? Are we in quantitative easing? Strategy A. Are we in quantitative tightening? Strategy B. Right? Real estate up, strategy C. Real estate down, strategy D. It should make it less scary, yo. It's like trying to do a project and all you have is a screwdriver and a hammer versus you got a tool shed full of tools, right? Like every tool you need for every job. That's when it gets fun. Yep. Yeah, I know about K-waves. That's it's the commodity cycle really. 50 to 60 years. But its commodity cycle runs on a half cycle of the K waves. Right? So it's one cycle up, one cycle down. Yeah, let's definitely get the likes going, y'all. The like button is free. And it's as close to supporting the channel as you can get for absolutely nothing. W likes. Appreciate you, family. I'd usually have my cam on, but I got all the lights in the cave turned off. Trying to spare my eyes, so. If it stays there, yeah, but it has to get accepted back into the channel. Right, which means that you want to see it test the bottom of the channel and hold. If it just pops up and comes down and bleeds out, then it's not going to count. But speaking of range trading, right, we are at the top of the range. This range obviously is the one we're talking about. You come back in, right, it could just be a deviation out because you never took out the lows. But our horizontal range, which is the stronger one in my opinion, right, we've made another trip up back to the top of that range. So resistance is resistance until it's not. The chart has to prove it to you that it wants to get over there. The most probable outcome is that it acts as resistance, right? When you're in a range, the most probable outcome is that support continues to act as support. Another 1 minute. Stopping volume candle on the 1 minute hasn't been invalidated yet. if you were trying to snipe entry on a W, right? That would have been a good entry, but you're now worried because you've come down past higher low territory. You would have wanted this to stop at golden pocket or at 0.5. Right? So you're just about invalidating the idea of a continuation. And remember, the chart's inverted. Right? So that means if you hold the golden pocket, then it keeps that idea of a type 2 short there. You'd have to take out the lows, and this could be the beginning of the pivot. Not a bad idea, true. Yeah, there could still be some upside, but remember when you take profits, yo, we always pay attention to what's above and what could be lost. Like, oh, if they sweep this, right? But you got to remember what you're risking, right? So ask yourself sometimes when you come to take profit, would I long here? Like, would I take this long trade? If I wasn't in a trade right now, looking at this chart, would I take a long? And if you wouldn't take a long, then you got to ask yourself why I wouldn't take a long, right? And then once you have that answer of why you wouldn't take a long, then ask yourself why you're not taking some profits. Because the real risk reward is what's left versus what you're up. You know what I mean? So like, let's say you took this trade from down here. And I'm not trying to convince anybody to take profit. This is just a general, if you thought price could come up, let's say clear the rest of these 800s, right, into this dead zone. And that's what you're holding on for, right? That 1%. Then what you're doing is you're risking, right? You're risking that 2% for that 1%. If it is going to continue and you're right, this is how I think about it. If it is going to continue and I'm right, then why can't I just get back in, right? You're not in accumulation mode. You're scalping here, which means that you're just playing for position, So me personally, that 5 and that 13, right? If I started this trade on the 513 scalp, then there's no reason for you to leave yet, right? But as soon as that 5 and that 13 cross, then that's your sign to take a little bit of profit. Using your EMAs to keep you in the trade until they tell you that it's time to go gets rid of all the emotional shit. Right? The way you feel about it doesn't matter. The 5 hasn't crossed the 13 hasn't crossed the 50. Right? If that candle invalidates, which it hasn't yet, but if that candle invalidates, then your reason for the short is gone. If that candle holds, then your reason to stay long is gone, right? And you're just waiting for your signal. So we turn on the surf indicator. Right? You're still riding that wave. You want a body close above the body of that stopping volume candle. Remember, there's a second option, which is wait. Right? It's not always do I long, do I short. Even if things look bearish or even if things look bullish, like I said, it's just about how much is the expectation of the trade. Anything else than that is FOMO. You're just letting twitchy candles sort of make you act.
We got some wheels that are playing.
So when you're waiting for that wave to crash, what you're waiting for is that 5 EMA. Right, the top of that wave is your 13 EMA. That 5 crossing the 13 is the first sign of weakening momentum. Right, not the final sign, just the first sign. Until then, you ride. Strongest position that Bitcoin price could, or any asset's price could be in, is above the 5. If price is above the 5, you don't ask if you're bullish or bearish. On that specific time frame, I should say. Let's go to the hour real quick. I want to see how close we are to that 800. Oh, hello. Okay. Well, this is what we talked about earlier. 800, and if there was enough liquidations to get the full measured move, maybe we get a little sweep out of it, but this is what we've been shooting for all day. You're good, bro. Let's get rid of these dead bodies. And let's turn our market order bubbles on. Yeah, we're looking for market buy clusters here, or retail FOMO. I was gonna go work on these charts, but Bitcoin's being all spicy and shit. Yeah, don't forget, we still got CME underneath us, y'all. This is a positioning sort of thing here. Where do we position exactly for this move? Whenever you have trap longs or trap shorts that are a big distance away from the weekend trap tool, you can expect a big move. And the false move is usually a fast move. Right? Not just direction and timing, but the speed of the move also lets you know. And that's not just for a weekend trap. Like, we specifically call that move a false move for False Move Monday. But even intraday trading, right? Big, explosive, volatile candles are usually fake outs if there's no follow through. Like this one, yeah. Usually what it means is that the majority of the move was fueled by liquidations. Once the liquidations run out, then the fuel behind the move runs out. And now, if that liquidation sweep can build some FOMO, then you can get extensions. But yeah, we still got 24 hours. We'll see where she ends up. I can save the Fed some time. Oil's above 110. Inflation is high. There, you're welcome. I just saved you 12 hours of analysis. Yeah, Venice, he's around. A lot of people used to say we sounded alike in the beginning. It's funny. We used to just blame each other for shit the other one said. Like, if he was online and somebody was like, Drew, I was messed up, bro. The other day you said da 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 da. I'd be like, nah, that was Dbloc. Or like, if, if I'm online, I would just blame everything on Drew. I don't think we sound anything alike, honestly, but my brother, so it's all good. Yeah, Kane. I mean, it's funny because we were saying it at the top of the bull, right? Like when we got to the top of the bull, I was like, all right, now you can bring on all the World War III FUD and all that other, like, now I welcome it. I'm honestly kind of upset that we wasted all the dumps during the bull market. Yeah, a ghost move is one that's not backed by volume. Um, it's not backed by retail volume, right? It's either a sweep or a I'm sorry, not retail volume, by market maker volume. The ghost pumps are moves that are made by retail on low volume. Fairy dust is a move that's made by a sweep or that's made by a market maker on no volume at all, right? Where there's no volume there, and it's like a fake move. But these candles that you see, right, that have no market maker involvement, like those are our ghost candles. Like they're there, but it's just retail and they're not very important as far as for targets, right? For what we look for volume and liquidity. When you see ghost, just think no market maker involvement. When you see fairy, just think no retail involvement. I think next week I'll dial back into the indicators. I've got to get the course fully flipped over to our new site. CME on ETH. Where was it? I don't see it. Am I blind? This was last week. Yeah, there was none, right? That's what I'm looking at now. Guess it must have been right around here where CME opened or closed. This candle. Vectors. I would correct him, but he's not going to listen anyway, so it doesn't matter. It's important to understand why things are moving so that you know what tools to apply to them when it comes to TA. If something's not moving off of basic supply and demand, then you use different metrics. If something is, then you use different metrics. A different TA when something's being repriced. Stop trying to shame Bob, okay? Just because humans are shameful and need to cover up doesn't mean you gotta put that on Bob. Bob didn't eat the apple. Bob's pure. I am gonna need to sit down with him today because he is wilding out. Like on a regular. A little bit of trolling is cool, but man, it's tearing up the campus. It's just following trend, volume, CVD, OI. It's just meant to give us an overview across a couple of different time frames so we don't have to keep switching charts. He really thinks he's from Brooklyn. It's a Brooklyn thing, my heart. People in Brooklyn say the sweetest things to you right before they rob you. He's not scared. It's just a running joke. He knows I could shut him down if I wanted to.
Do you look at MicroStrategy?
Let's see what the poll. Let's see what the chat thinks. Let's drop a poll. All right, polls up, or at least it's loading. That's a new thing. First time I see a loading bar on a poll. All right, polls up. What'll market maker do? False move, which we already did, down to CME, and then a weekly high, and then a 3-day down. or a false move down to CME, then a weekly high, then a 3-day down. The third one is false move, CME, 3-day down. The high is already in for the week. Kind of cheating because we're putting in a new high now, so. But that's what that one's for. Right now, anybody that voted false move, weekly high, CME, 3-day down is technically in the lead. Tape is insane, bro. It's a full tape of whale buys and sells. Like full tape. Full tape. Still no retail. There we go. Even the dude that came, even the dude that didn't trigger the whale alert bought 9 Bitcoin.
That colorful one that you have in the middle with like bunches of lines. I can't remember what it's called, but I was trying to figure out for the longest time and I finally gave up.
Which one?
Let's see. From the bottom it's 1, 2. The fourth one from the bottom.
Wait, the fourth one from the. Hold on, I misunderstood what you were saying. Then the fourth one from the
When
bottom.
you had all of your indicators underneath, all open.
Yeah. Are you talking about the tools? That was something else right there. Aeon, what were you talking about exactly? I'm confused.
Oh, you had when you had all those tools down at the bottom of the indicators.
These right here.
Let's see. No, you had it like the RSI and your.
Oh. These.
Yeah, the fourth one, the really colorful one with all the squiggles. Fourth one from the bottom.
The multi-time frame stochastic.
Oh, is that what that is? I
Yep.
thought I was playing with another one that was similar to that. I don't remember what it's called. I would know it if I saw it.
Yeah, if you go to the 1 minute, it'll show you where all your stochastics are all the way up to like the hourly. See, right now we're topping out on a lot of these.
That's cool. I bet that's exactly what was going on with the one that I was messing around with. It was multi-time frame.
Yeah, it looks like one.
I need to mess with it again. It was actually really. I mean, even though I couldn't quite figure it out, it still was helpful.
When you scrunch it up, it looks like one of those Cool G sweaters. Right, we're getting into that deep blue I was talking about earlier. The reason that it's important, and it's not just market makers that do this, right? But just think of the psychology. So you had your red liquidations down here, right? Those get taken quick. Those give us nice quick moves. We like them because they're the ones that sort of get, right? Then you got the purple, right? These guys put less money into their trades than these guys do, right? Because their leverage is higher. So when it gets liquidated, market maker or the exchange gets less for 50s than they do for hundreds. 25s is where the majority of the money is sitting. They consider themselves safer than the 50s, and for the most part, sometimes they get skipped, right? But the point is that whales also target these guys. Because if I've got a bunch of Bitcoin that needs to be sold, but I don't want to get any slippage, right, then I need to wait for a time where there's aggressive buyers. And if there are no aggressive buyers, then I need to wait for liquidity sweeps. Right? Because these guys here, they've got to buy when they get swept automatically on market. Right? So whales will push price up into those and then dump their bags here because there's so many buyers that they don't get any slippage. Right? You have to have, if you're playing with a certain size bag, you can only dump your bags off into large liquidity pools, or else you're gonna screw yourself on price. You saw how the tape lined up with the whale buys and the whale sells during that time, that absorption when we were going through that range. That's exactly what I mean. All those whales got to sell off hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Bitcoin each without price dropping, right? Which means that they got the same sell price for their entire bag. If you do that at a normal time, like if you do that here, wherever there isn't any liquidity, you're going to slam the price all the way back down, right? Halfway to like CME gap. Your first order will fill up top, but the last Bitcoin that you sold would fill somewhere down here. Yeah, I did it for a while. I ran them both together for a while, side by side, before. And what happens is the amount of time, it wasn't looking at everything. The code, I gave the code of the old one to AI, and it was like, wow, this is half-assed. But what it was is AI has, TradingView has limitations when it comes to API, but you can use math to sort of get around it and stay within like a sub-second lag. But it takes better code than what that first one had. And this still isn't perfect, right? It's just, like I said, there's limitations. It'll give you the gist. Just freeing the trap longs, y'all. We haven't even gotten that much further than the measured move yet. Well, at least our range detector is working. We're getting bullish exhaustion on the 15-minute. Now we're getting manipulation triggers. Manipulation will trigger when market maker steps in. On paper, you can't tell the difference between market maker manipulation and whale manipulation. You don't need an indicator to let you know there's bullish exhaustion here, by the way. But it does help to have a little reminder of it, I guess. But we're in FOMO land right now, right? So until that FOMO dies, you can still 1000% pop up through those 25x's. You're just starting to see some weakness here. Ghost down market maker did not or has not matched trades to the downside here yet. Unfortunately, those trap shorts, depending on how high their leverage was, have already been freed the bad way. Immigrant, not in the good way. Yeah, that's why I'm saying that we're in FOMO land right now. Only thing that's gonna push price up right now is aggressive buyers on the tape. You can't force anybody to buy, right? They've already been forced to buy. So that means retail needs to push price up into those next liquidations or whales. Market maker is not going to pay for that trip through the dark zone. By the way, whenever you hear us talk about dark zones, we're talking about the spaces in between liquidations, right? On whatever chart you happen to be looking at.
Looks like the shorts might be the dark. Create some more. Well, not all of it, but see them coming.
Yeah.
I tried one short. Definitely gonna hold off.
That's the thing. Like, if you're gonna be sniping, then you gotta expect to take a couple shots sometimes. It's cool. Obviously, one shot, one kill is what you're targeting, right? But if you find yourself having to take too many or not liking how it feels to sort of crash out on the first couple, then just start scalping a little bit more. Like, wait for the type 2 confirmations instead of trying to catch the main pivot.
Even though the type 2 didn't come as quickly as I wanted to last night, it would have been a really good play.
No, I already know that's the
I hit
worst.
at that time when I had to go home and I couldn't trade one.
You sort of gotta commit. Like, if you're gonna, like, let's say you scalp and you want to start trying to snipe, right? Or you snipe and you're like, you know what, I'm gonna try to scalp. When you're switching from one row to another, you've got to commit for like 24 hours, 48 hours. Because usually what'll happen is you'll miss a type 2 or you won't take a type 3 and you'll wait for a type 4 that doesn't come and you're like, you know what, screw this, I'm gonna go back to. But you gotta, like, don't let one trade make the decision. I can't wait till the next class, actually.
Although Is it more likely to go down really quickly since if we exhaust all of the motivations to the upside?
Yeah.
Maybe
Everybody at that point would be pointing downwards. So chances of something like not getting a type 4 on an M pattern at the top, it would be a higher percentage of not getting that type 4. Just because, especially if you look at liquidations and you look at like, okay, if this liquidation gets hit, like if we go to the 5 minute or we just go to the 1 minute, you had your M pattern here at the top, but you just got your type 4 entry. And your type 2, type 3 came back and retested, and you'd be looking for a type 4 entry here now. But this one, since the break of the 50 is there, it's like you're always looking underneath to see, okay, where's the type 4 gonna happen, right? Like why would the retrace? I know things are supposed to retrace a certain percentage, right? And you can trust that calculation. Excuse me. It's just a numbers game. But it's good to see why. So like even here, let's say we pop up, let's say this is your M pattern that's forming here. Let's say that's all you get. If price comes down, your 50 is right underneath. Right, so if price was to come down here, you probably bet that it's going to reject at least once and then give you that type 4 before it finally breaks. But let's say the 50 wasn't here and it looked like this underneath it, right, all the way up. Then you have to use your discernment. You have to be like, okay, so probably concentrate on type 1 and type 2 entries here because the type 4 entry isn't promised. Or if you missed it all, maybe you're like, oh, all right, I'll take the breakout with a tight stop because it looks like there's a chance that it doesn't come back for the type 4. But you got to be real sober, like when making those decisions, right? Like you can't be on tilt because you'll talk yourself into it if you're on tilt. Or out of it, right? Either way.
Yeah, that many times. Fortunately, I'm not on tilt right now, so I'm patiently waiting.
Nice.
Those shorts that keep piling in have me sketched out for right now. I don't have to catch the tippy top.
Yeah.
As long as it isn't going to slam down.
Alts are pushing right now because Bitcoin's going sideways. I mean, yeah, because Bitcoin's going sideways and dominance is taking a little flush here. But dominance just ran hard for a while. So, but if Bitcoin stays going sideways, this is low time frame shit here, by the way. But just in case anybody's still in alts, we're breaking that trend, right? So if we break and start to take out these lows and Bitcoin's going sideways, then you're going to get a last little push out of alts here. Right? Every time we break one of these levels, I'll leave it on the screen too so you can see. I mean, but the first one was at that green line. Every time we break one of these levels, as long as Bitcoin is still going sideways, then you'll see a push up on your alts. At least on the ones that are showing relative strength against Bitcoin. I like that, Reaper. I might take that. We'll say it's alt season. I'll be like, nah, it's just a little alt seasoning. Now with Dom down and Bitcoin down, your alts are going to be more stable, right? You're not going to get that same, even if Bitcoin comes down through those levels we were looking at, it's not going to mean the same thing for the alt because this price is coming down with it. I said Salt Bay, that's funny. I got a PNG of that dude in there somewhere. Yeah, it'll be ready soon. Yeah. By the time we get into, the charts on, by the time we're actually covering right the 1350 strategy on in Cypher School class, I want to have the indicator available. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. Indicators should be part of a package deal. But I mean, everybody does business differently. But I personally wouldn't pay for a standalone private indicator unless it's like little, like just some revolutionary shit with some like proprietary code that I can't, you know, figure out the first principles to. Indicators should just make your trades faster, right? The indicator shouldn't tell you when to get in or out. Like EMAs, as far as I'm concerned, it's not an indicator. You can do that on math if you wanted to. Seeing the EMA online is, different. But you can take the open and close of the last 50 candles and you can find the average and you can plot your 50 if you wanted to. Right? Understanding what the first principles are of the indicator you're using is important. Then and only then, in my opinion, is it okay to sort of use indicators. It can't just be you're buying a green dot and you're selling a red dot, If you don't understand what makes that green dot and that red dot trigger, then that means that you'll never be able to get that buy signal or that sell signal without that specific indicator. And then you're on the hook. Not only that, but there's no indicator in the world that works in every sort of in every environment. So knowing when to use what specific tool is important. And the way you figure that out is by understanding how the tool works. If you're just looking at a green dot and a red dot, then how do you know when, you know what I mean? Like, there's levels to this shit. That's what I'm saying. Don't get trapped on a lower level just following a blind buy and sell signal if you can avoid it. Well, you'll have access to the indicator, but they probably won't all be open sourced. There's a couple of that I might keep under the cuff. Just because I want there to be a draw, right? Like I said, it's part of the package deal. It's part of the joining the Discord and coming to Cypher School. So I want some of it to be something that you can only get if you're like in the family, or else it loses its value to people, Type 1, type 2, type 3s just took the breakout. This is like 15-second shit right here, guys. Don't get remember, we're on the 15-second chart. Go to the 5-minute real quick just to show you where we're really at. Yeah, the crowd hasn't died down yet. We've got 28 minutes until this candle closes. If your hourly closes as a stopping volume candle, specifically, well, not specifically, but even stronger if it closes as a stopping volume candle underneath the 800, then that's going to be a pretty big sign that bullish exhaustion might carry over. But we still got 20 minutes for that. And we can do a lot more work down here on the lower time frames for now. If I was super bullish here, I wouldn't want to hit 70 yet. We just spent a lot of money as bulls, right? If I put myself in the bulls camp, we just spent a lot of money on war right now. And we hit bullish exhaustion. Right? Quite obviously, if you were looking at the tape. Right? Which meant that we got to the point where our buys weren't even doing anything anymore. So what I would want to do, my fear, if I was a bull right now, would be a little bit of FOMO pushing us to 70. And then we have a huge rejection off of 70 that we're going to have anyways. But it'll be read as a macro rejection of the 70K. You get what I mean? Instead of just coming down, grabbing some of this, and then popping up, that might be a little bit more bullish. And then you have reset RSIs. Yeah, WAP is good, man. I made sure I went up, down, left, and right. The only sketchy thing I could tell you about WAP is that these sketchy Forex guys, they also use it for courses. But it's because their course shit is so slick, you know? The company themselves, though, I haven't found any issues with them at all. That was one of the harder things to figure out who I wanted to go, who I wanted to put payment through. All right, so we can get rid of this W. This is already played out. Let's just clear the screen up a little bit. Let's go to the macro so that you can see. So we got that close. Closed above, right? Which means that we can turn this arrow back to green. Temporarily. Just remember, we've been chopping in this range for a while already. I appreciate it, Reaper. I mean, if you don't want to go through WAP, you could go through you could just go through Cash App, right? But what we're gonna do is, since the course is gonna be through WAP, anybody that's paid me through Cash App or that's paid me through crypto, we're gonna have a room where I give you guys your WAP keys, basically, so you can get into WAP without having to pay through WAP since you've already paid. But you'll be able to access it so you can get to the course and everything. Very interesting moment for Siren here. Right, was this entire thing just mean reversion, or you know? Nah, they're not there yet. I'm slowly rotating everything over, but I had to resize some of the slides, so it's taking a little bit more work. My goal is for chapter 2, starting at chapter 2. All of them will be there, though. All the old ones will also be there. But starting from chapter 2, that's when we'll be over there for all the other assets. And then I gotta get Boss, Jake, and Diaries their promo code for their free Cypher School hoodie. You guys are lucky because this time that I've had to wait for the damn sweatpants supplier to get back to me, I've made like 4 more Cypher School hoodies. So you're gonna have a bunch to choose from. Yeah, exactly, boss. Yeah, you guys are gonna get a free shipping and a free you guys are gonna get a free shipping and the free hoodies. So if you wanted to buy another one, you could take advantage of that free shipping while you got it. Save some money. It's about time for me to go do this ritual on my eye that they want me to do. Give me like 3, 4 different things to put on my eye. Tells me no big deal, that'll go away in no time, and then gives me $200 worth of shit to put in my eye. Let me tell you something about health, bro, and you hear it all the time, but let me be the one to tell you. When there's something wrong with you health-wise, money don't mean shit. And listen, of course, money to be able to take care of it means everything in the world. But what I mean is you'll give up every last dollar, bro, to just make the pain go away. But when I had my kidney stones, at the peak pain of my kidney stone, I would have given my entire crypto portfolio for somebody that could make it go away in that minute. Without even thinking about it, bro. I'll start over.
Oh, and we got a solution for that. You just gotta get on a plane to Texas, to Six Flags, and ride the Texas Giant. Biggest wooden roller coaster.
Get on a plane. I couldn't take a step. They call it male pregnancy. I was like, nah, there's no way. There's no way in hell. There wouldn't be any babies on the planet if it hurt that bad. But then my mom was like, yep. No, that's a fact. Yeah, that's a fact. There's like this guy, he walks around and he's like, if I gave you $1 billion, I don't tell you what you have to do for it, but the prize is $1 billion. Would you say yes or no? Right? With having no idea what's being asked of you. And then most people are just like, yeah. They're like, okay, if I offered you $1 billion, but you only had 24 hours to live, once you got it, would you take it? And then everybody was like, nah, I'm good. And I'm like, well, that shows that your life is worth more than $1 billion. And you should probably start acting like it. A decent point. Bro, Bobby couldn't figure out how the vending machine worked in the student lounge. I don't think anybody needs to worry about getting hacked by Bobby. Yeah, we're definitely in FOMO land here. That draw to 70, man, it's like moths to a flame. Nah, it shouldn't be trusted in my opinion. When you get a little more accustomed to trading the weekly cycle, there's nothing about this that you've got any long-term hope for, right? But you do understand that there's still 24 hours left, which means coming up to grab this vector, rejecting off of 70, making a play for, you know, half a day is still very much in the cards. Even if we come down, I can't tell you how many times we've put in, taken out the trap longs, come down, close CME, put in a new weekly high, and then hit the 3-day drop. I can't tell you how many times I've seen that. But for me right now, there's no pattern that gets us there, right? This is straight either retail fueled or liquidation fueled move. And we have no measured move that gets us there. Actually, I'm lying to you. Not bad. I won't do it again. Technically, we haven't invalidated this. Technically. It's ugly, but it hasn't been invalidated. And that measured move. That measured move would take us into the higher. Right, so if you're like super bullish right now, this is what you're hanging your head on right now. Type 3 entry, which you're getting on the breakout. People love those breakout trades, bro. That's why I say that type 3 is like the FOMO crowd. Type 3 to type 5. So yeah, you had your, oh, that's the wrong one. It's your type 1 entry, and then your type 2 entry was on your trap shorts. Your type 3 entry, you're right there. Type 4 is your retrace, and then you'd be expecting, you know, type 5. Between type 3 and type 5, traders, in my opinion, that take their trades between type 3 and type 5. Like, not type 4. We're taking type 4 out of there because they're waiting for confirmation. But these are your FOMO traders, right? The closer you get to type 5, the higher the FOMO gets. These are like peak, right? Like ultimate form FOMO traders. So we'll get rid of that, but we'll leave the measured move. This move up doesn't get invalidated until you break 65.8, so you're gonna have to stare at that for a while. For me, that move gets invalidated once 12 o'clock on Monday hits, or at least delayed. You're getting exhaustion even on the 5-minute here. What's for dinner, y'all? Talk to me. On the 1 minute, our motivations are clear. Right? Never been more clear. If you're talking about market maker, remember there's two sides, right? We've got our retail whale FOMO side that's still continuing to push. But look at market makers' motivations. You know, very neatly stacked below us. 500 daily open, 200, 800 psychological range, CME gap, psychological low. So what we're waiting for, like I said, is exhaustion of this FOMO phase that we're in. It can continue. This could continue till tomorrow night. And like we were talking about earlier, it could be that second option in the poll: false move, weekly high, then CME, then 3-day down. But the only thing that's going to tell us that is, like I said, signs of exhaustion at these highs. And look at how aggressive the bears are being on the 1 minute. This group wasn't even here at this high, right? All those bears got wiped. These guys have just come in recently, and they're already like right down at price. So it makes the job of whales and retail easier when that happens, right? One, market maker decides it costs nothing to get up there. Two, it costs a whale less to get through the dark zone, right? Retail doesn't have to push that hard. And then everybody's targeting that first liquidation to try to start the cascade. But if retail doesn't push, you know, whales don't pay for the trips by themselves either. They're not as delta neutral as market makers are. Obviously, they will put their foot on the gas if they have to, but it's still a cost benefit analysis. Nah, I'm usually entering on really low time frames, but on setups that are on higher time frames, if that makes sense. Or like I find the setup on the higher time frame, unless I'm just counter trading an aggressive move. Right, if we get a big swing through liquidations on the 5 minute, I really don't care what the higher time frame looks like. Right, I'm just trading the mean reversion and the liquidation rebalancing of a fast move. But for my bigger trades, my more planned out trades, yeah, like I'll find the trade, I'll find the setup. I might wait for a week for the setup to look good on a 4 hour. But that trigger, you know, my final trigger to get in, that's always going to be on the 1 minute, 5 minute. Yeah. But it's good to have a, like I said, you need to know the environment. Has anybody started or finished the Art of War in the Cypher School library? I've been thinking about writing a companion book to it.
That sounds very interesting. What do you mean by a companion?
Like, not a summary, but like a step by step how I see it, how I see that it relates to trading. Because for me, it's like almost every chapter I can pull trading. Almost every chapter I can pull trading rules out of, like literally. Right? If you just look at, look at it like a war.
Yeah, I do agree on that. Actually, I'm happy you pointed that out because it's not only just in trading. I've also It's also helped me through sports and
Yeah.
life in general.
Business. Yeah.
Business, yeah, that's a
There's
good
some
one.
companion books that exist that are like the art of war for business. That, you know what I mean? But I think having a trading one would be cool, even if it was just a summary, right? A couple chapter summary. Like I'm not trying to rewrite the wheel here, but I just don't know if everybody like hears what I hear when I read that book. That book to me is like a trader's manual.
Yeah, not gonna lie, the first time I read it, I really didn't get it. Not until like the third and fourth time I really understood it.
Yeah, and it's an easy read too, right? It's not hard to digest. Like it's little
Yeah,
short paragraphs,
yeah.
right? It's not. You can get through it in a day easy. Well, it's everything. It's retail versus retail, whale versus whale, right? It talks about three-party wars. Right? There's a lot in there. But a lot of it teaches a lot of patience, right? And it really stresses patience until the environment is right, right? You don't fight on somebody else's turf. You let them come to you. You let price come to you. Patience. And then extreme violence and lack of hesitation when the setup is perfect. Right? You go from patience to immediate action the second that you see what you need. Because patience can turn to hesitation. And then the other one that I think is really, really good is the thinking in bets. The thinking in bets is another interesting book when you look at it from like a trading perspective. It's about poker, right? She's a World Series of Poker winner, and poker's become very sort of mechanical now, right? Like everybody's found the perfect sort of you know quote unquote the way that it's supposed to be played perfectly. But what she talks about is when you have an edge that's quantifiable, right? If you can do the math and you see that the edge is 70%, or you see that the edge is a 75% edge, trusting that edge, right? Even through losses, just knowing that one loss is just one of those percentages that, and you're just like, it's a numbers game. That's like real important when it comes to psychology for trading. Nah, it's what she means is like thinking in percentages, right? Thinking in probabilities. If you know you have a statistical edge on probability, then the only thing stopping you from winning is the amount of times that you play. It's called Thinking in Bets. It's in the library. It's in the library, and it has a little small. They all have a bit of a write up, right? Like I wrote a bit of a summary and how I think it relates, but I would like to go more in depth with the Art of War one. Yeah, Trading in the Zone is a classic. and reminiscence. I don't know if everybody's gotten through reminiscence of a trader yet. I'll tell you right now, the best way to get through reminiscence, if you haven't read it yet, is to go down into the AI bot with Jesse, right? Because he wrote the book, and go chapter by chapter with him. You have any questions, you go right to Jesse. Be like, explain this, go more in depth with this, give me examples of this. That's why he's there. Nah, it doesn't require. I mean, it's not having no emotion, right? It's just using the logic of probabilities to when you don't real. Some people have a statistical edge and they don't realize it, right? They're nervous when they shouldn't be. Right? Understanding what your edge is and being able to quantify it and understand that you have a repeatable structure that ends in a statistical edge, then at that point it's just how many times do I roll the dice. There is no financial aid, Alex. I would love to give out Pell Grants. We're still sitting sideways for the most part, Viking. I'm looking at 2 more weeks before we start to shake the bottoms out of this thing. 2 or 3 weeks. Yeah, Jesse's a cautionary tale. But he's really on point when it comes to psychology. It's very rare that you get somebody that's that good at trading, but also been through every psychological pitfall you can imagine.
We talking about the plunger boy? Or the
Yeah.
boy plunger?
Crazy story, bro.
Yeah, it really is.
Siren just looks like, it's either coming to that point. Remember we said we had this SR flip and we had our downtrend, right? So we expected Siren if it continued. Right, to sort of have to deal with this confluence here. The confluence of bearishness. Structure-wise, it looks really good, though, honestly. Right, you're looking at a larger time frame W trying to build out. But if it's going to reject, right, if it's really over for Siren and that was it, then that's a great spot for it to happen. Now, FOMO does come back in the Siren, in my opinion, if it manages to pop out. Because then this chart would start to look really good, right? You'd start to look for mean reversion back to some SRs. Clear some of these fair value gaps. But until you can get above and hold, none of that shit even matters. We live right here, right now, in this symmetrical.
Wait, what is Siren? What is this?
Bro, I haven't even... you know how these coins get, right? They get thrown around and they're the ones that like you play because they're moving. I honestly don't ever even do any research on them as far as use case because I know it doesn't matter. It doesn't. This could have the best use case in the world. Once it gets exhausted from all this price movement, it's going to cool down and go to shit. Right? I'm past the point where I think use case is enough.
Gotcha. But it's not something
But
that
I
we should
really
keep
have no idea. I have no idea. Like I said, it could be an amazing project. It could be a meme. You said don't check their site? Okay, heard you. I have no idea what you're talking about, though. Describing you where? I don't know if it's dead, right? I don't think Charles lets Ada die. But a lot of things didn't break. If it was the only thing that didn't break its highs, then maybe I'd be like, oh, you know. But there just wasn't enough money to rotate all the way down to the alts. So I don't think you can hold that against Ada specifically. You know what I mean?
And now, if we transfer that, like what we had here with alts, not enough money to rotate in. Now, in our upcoming couple years with the real estate wheel turning, will we kind of be expecting the bull run not to be as bullish because of the economy? Not much money going around for people to dump it into Biddy?
This
Or
is the first one, right? So this is there is no historical sort of precedence. But the way that I'm looking at it personally is so this is us. We came up, rejected, we're now already down on it, you know, the bear market. S&P did this, and then now it's starting to do this, right? Style did this, starting to do this. Real estate is just starting to sort of turn the heads. Gold did this, and then it's starting to do this. Silver did this, and it's starting to do this. We're going to hit our bottoms before anything else does, right? But as real estate is coming down, and commodities, and bonds, and everything, once we hit our bottoms, right, like where does this money go? Right, Bitcoin starts to look like the only thing that makes sense, right? It's like, at least for now, at least for the first half of the bull market until everything else settles. But again, nobody can tell you we're gonna live through that shit together and we're gonna pivot if we need to pivot. You know what I mean? Because it's never happened before. But then we get to fill that part of the book out. How does Bitcoin react during? I know what's supposed to happen. Right? After everybody lost their shit, banks started closing down, people lost their deposits, people lost retirement. Like, you know, out of the ashes of Occupy Wall Street is where Bitcoin was born, right? Which was meant to be an alternative parallel system, right? That ran completely parallel to that system, eventually having everything that that system has, so that when that system crashed the next time, like 2008, people would have an exit. That's what's supposed to happen. But it's a use case that they haven't had to prove for 18 years. You know what I mean? The romantic in me says Bitcoin's going to be the obvious answer and everybody's going to come and we're all kumbaya together, you know, for the next 4 years. The pessimist in me says, who says Bitcoin has to bottom before everything else? Yeah, time-wise, if it works the way it's supposed to time-wise. But who says Bitcoin doesn't just continue to drop until S&P and everything else gets to the bottoms that they're supposed to get to? And we get way lower numbers than we're supposed to on Bitcoin because of the fact that everybody's preparing for the real estate cycle to go down and they're not looking for any long-term investments at the moment. Right? There's two sides to it. There's two sides to the coin. And both, if there was two people here arguing both sides, they would both have points because nobody's had to prove it yet. And there's no way to, you know, it's like hard to disprove a negative. So we just kind of have to let it play out and see, prepare for both situations. So the checklist that I've sort of made together to find our bottom has that in mind. If price continues to drop, then those won't get checked off and we'll never get the signal that the bottom's there, right? We'll break one of the metrics, which is time, but the others, you know, so it won't sneak up on us. I know what I think is going to happen and what, like if I had to right now, you know, gun to my head, make a decision, I know what I would say. But I'm completely open because, like I said, we're going into something brand new. That shit to me, I know should probably freak you out, but that shit to me is exciting. I'll be completely honest with you. We weren't here. Like, I wasn't here for a lot of the shit earlier. I wasn't at the technical knowledge that I am now. Like, to be like, oh, I get to chart the first. Like, this was the first. What was the first? This was like maybe the second first for me, this bull run of quantitative tightening. Right? That's what I enjoyed. Filling out that rule set on how do we act during the next bull run where we have extreme quantitative tightening, right? Like we don't go into that one blind now because we did it this time. We don't go into the next real estate cycle blind because we're going to go through it now and we're going to, you know, write our rules and figure out our moves and
Oh, I get you. It's the double-sided coin, but let's not put that out into the universe.
No, I hear you. I hear you. It's already bad enough. Some of the numbers that I'm calling for on some alts, like people like, I don't even talk about it because people get all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I feel
H, be
that,
careful
but
what you wish for because Gloomy's gonna black out on high def one day and I'm not gonna say nothing.
and sometimes I do wish some of these YouTube chats were in the voice in Discord so I could hear them, but at the same time, not really.
Imagine if we had a bot that read out every YouTube message, like TTS, like they do on Twitch. I would be insta
That'd be
banned.
crazy.
Be banned so quick.
The one thing I did want to ask you, why don't you put the chat on the YouTube channel, on the YouTube live? Just too much on the screen, I guess.
What do you mean on the YouTube live?
Like when you stream on YouTube, you know how some streamers have the chat that pops up on on the video.
Oh, you could. Oh, you'd
On
have
the
to
screen.
record it. Yeah, yeah. That's because they're screen recording. They're screen recording and streaming the because you can turn it on. Like everybody else sees the chat. Like if you're in YouTube chat right now, you can put it on to where you see it on the screen. If you're on the
Oh, I
television,
didn't know
that's
that.
how. Yeah, if you're on the TV, that's how you see it. It's all on the screen, and you're just typing, and it's coming up on the screen. But if you go
Yeah, that's
full
what I.
screen on the chat, yeah, if you go full screen on the chat, then the chat pops up on the screen. And then if the streamer was recording that stream, then you would see it, like they do on Twitch.
That makes sense. Yeah, I didn't know that. That you could do that because yeah, when I watch you on YouTube and on the TV, sometimes we'd like to see the chat.
Yeah, you just gotta turn it off. You gotta click on the chat thing. I think it's like down arrow, and then you scroll over to the chat thing. I'm watching even when I'm not here sometimes because it'll be up on a couple of TVs in the house, and I'll have the chat up. Just randomly walk by the TV. What the hell are these people talking about? That might be the wrong person to try. Pick another sport, stuff. Yeah, seriously. Pick another sport, bro. Tennis or something. You might could get them at tennis. But a duel? Yo, Gloomy almost went full pirate on us. I don't. Yeah, you don't. Gotta be careful who you call out. Yeah, that is a wild candle. Bald on both sides too. All right, I gotta get some food. I was hoping that this would break and start to sweep before I had to go eat, but it's 9 o'clock already, and I haven't had dinner, and I gotta go do that shit to my eye too. So let me set this up so it doesn't go off the chart. All right, I'll be back. Remember, even if we come down for this full CME gap, don't take it out of your mind that we can come up for another high. Until Monday's done, we've got to trade momentum. The momentum is still down, then cool, no problem. It doesn't have to go back up. But don't let the fact that this is a false move make you think it can't go higher before tomorrow. Make the chart prove it. We already closed that weekly candle above, so that was good. At least the CME, I would expect. Some mean reversion on smaller time frames, right? So if you go to the 5 minute, maybe I'll leave it on the 5 minute. You go to the 5 minute, your 50 EMA mean reversion is going to be first. Yeah, I'll leave it on the 5. So you're looking at your market maker motivations, right? 5 EMA, 50, 200 psychological high, 800 psychological low, CME gap. And then to invalidate that, you'd want to take out your highs, obviously. I won't be gone that long. I think the 5 minute will be straight. I don't think we'll go off the chart. All right. You guys asked for it, I guess. Alright, I'll be back, y'all. Try not to kill each other. I wish I could give Bobby a character. Put him in there and let y'all deal with him. I'll be back, y'all. What's going on, chat? What's good, Discord? I don't have my ears on right now, so I can't hear anybody if you say anything. Give me a second. Oi. It got worse before it got better, but I say it's about the same as yesterday. I went to get it looked at though, so we're good. Nice. Yeah, Bobby's funny to talk to, but when you really dig in with him, there's some value there. What's good, Ghost? That's funny. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if this M plays out, there's plenty of movement to the bottom. Like, and I'm waiting on a delivery that should be any second. All right, give me a second. Let me go grab this. I'll be right back.
So are we gonna blow them up? We gonna blow up their bridges?
What's good, Joe? Just finished wrapping up some research. It's just about as boring on the news as it is on the chart right now. But I guess boring is good for a minute. Damn, really nothing's changed at all, huh? We've got, oh, damn, this is the 4-hour chart. I was about to say, we still have 3 hours to see if the stopping volume candle invalidates on the 4-hour, but who's got that much time to sit around with the 1 hour? Just a collection of M patterns on top of M patterns. Let's see, did we have any volume come in on this type 2? Not really, a little bit. A little bit. But yeah, this is nothing to get excited about here. Let's see, even if this stays super boring. Damn. Really that long? $1:30 in the afternoon. And that's, I mean, like I said, if this does the absolute worst thing, which is just stay inside this range. US markets closed today as well, isn't it? There. So yeah, hit that measured move already, and now we're consolidating into a symmetrical at resistance. Plenty of liquidity on both sides. Remember I told you a high wouldn't be surprising all the way until tomorrow night. So the more time that we hang out and sort of not look like we're coming down to this CME, the more chance that that we're just chilling out to get that high. Like we were saying in the poll, fast move, CME weekly high. Or the last one, right? Fast move, weekly high, CME, 3-day down. That's what that would look like. Meaning if we chill out up here and we pop out tomorrow, put in a high, and then start to retrace the CME for our 3-day down, It would be the final choice there at the bottom, the one that has the least amount of votes, actually. All right, I got you. There's just so much shit in the way here, bro. Oh. Well, there's anybody in the Discord asking you for money to help you trade, I need you to DM me and send me screenshots. Just had to get rid of somebody that thought they were being slick. The profit and loss section, y'all, is just so you could feel good, right? Don't read into profit and losses. Profit and losses are one of the easiest things to fake, right? You'll get some guy coming in doing 2-3 weeks of like heavy profit and, you know, heavy take profits, and then the second that you message them, they got something for you. So just, you know, be careful. Nobody here is gonna ask you for any money in your DMs, and if they do, let me know. My family's to learn and grow, not to sell your shit to. The internet's not going to be happy till it brings it out of me today. I can already tell. It'll be one of those nights I need to go to sleep early. The short answer is yes. The short answer, well, the easy answer is it will be a lot easier for you two once you're done. Yeah, it won't be coming from me, but let's just say if your first funded account after finishing Cypher School doesn't feel easier than your last funded account before Cypher School, then I screwed up somewhere. Now, the problem with that price is you guys already let me know how degenerate my family is. You have to keep that part secret. Then ask for the funded account. Then just like surprise me. Nah, I know. It's very interesting though, because I think the person that we got rid of, first of all, is nobody that like ever talks. It's just somebody that was posting shit in what you call it. But the screenshot that I saw was very similar to the shit that the scammers tell people. It was a very similar sounding project. So maybe we just nipped one in the bud. I'll be honest with you, man. I haven't looked into them seriously over the last like 3 or 4 years, and they change so often. Yeah, that was like, it's almost like, well, damn, you know? Like, I usually don't do this in here, but if you're just gonna jump in my DM, then I might as well, you know? Yeah, definitely block them. If they're inside the Discord, though, you gotta let me know so I can get rid of them so that somebody else doesn't fall victim to that shit. This person only had a green tag. That means that they've been in the Discord for a long time when it used to be free to come in. I don't know. Everybody's turning up right now. I don't understand it. Because get kicked out of the Discord only chapter 2 in the Cypher School is like, seemed kind of silly. You could have waited. Yeah, every screenshot I see too is like, and I get it because new people don't really know me like that. But anybody that knows me has to know that's not just by the first sentence, you know? Welcome and thank you for joining our trading community. What are your expectations from our group? Like, bro, who are you? Who are you and what did you do to Dbloc? Yeah, I can't. I don't even like sending a DM when I'm like if I'm talking to you right now and I'm like I'm about to send you a DM. I don't even like doing that because we don't know if the hacker's listening, right? What if they get that DM to you before I do? And then I space out, which has been known to happen. Where like I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna DM you, and then something comes up, I forget. I don't know. Did it? It already broke that downtrend. It broke the symmetrical, but it hasn't tested those resistances just yet. This is so choppy. This wouldn't be so bad if you were looking at like a 5-minute chart or a 1-minute chart, right? But this is the hourly. Like, this is normal price action. Even this, right, is extreme, these little pumps and shit. Right? But normal price action. And then whatever the hell you want to call that. Yeah, I mean, I forget sometimes too that not everybody's where I'm from, but like when you grow up in New York, you got to try really hard to scam me. Like, I automatically come into every conversation with my like antennas up. But that's exactly what they do, bro. They'll try to get your confidence. You know, they'll help you solve a little problem here or there. Venus, what's going on, man? Just hanging out, taking a look at this crazy coin. It's just super volatile. I can't even really call it rug pull because like they rug pulled and they put it all back. But very, very wild swings. This show, what if I had to put my finger on it, I would say unexperienced whales. Like, this to me has the fingerprint of a large group of inexperienced whales who don't understand how to take profit without causing slippage, which then have to put money back to try to get as high as they can so they can take again, but still haven't learned their lesson. Right? They keep dumping too hard when it comes time to dump. Instead of a more experienced whale, right, that would do this sort of thing, you know. Yeah, I mean, it just smells like new money to me just by looking at the chart. Right? Especially this. Like, who was the asshole that did that? Like, these are the type of whales that the other whales, when they go to whale parties, they like put them in the corner, like, "Here, come here, listen. You're gonna be playing with us. There's some rules that you're gonna," because he just screwed everybody straight up. Right? This is someone who just decided to market sell their whole position. But he's not the only inexperienced one there, because you can tell, because even as it recovered, you know, they flushed it again. Or even if it is the same person, he's dumping off too big a portion. He didn't do the math to how much he can dump without squeezing price. The reason that I say it's not just a rug, because if the intention was to just rug and go, then they would have just gone. You know, that shit would have been flat and it would have been doing this by now. Crazy little chart. I'm kind of surprised that they haven't made these guys pay for this aggression yet. I mean, the bottom is just as bad, right? But we've been banging up against the top of this for a little while. Let's check in on our surfers. When's Trump, I was about to say, when's Trump going live? Trump streams more than like my favorite streamers. Decent little 5-minute scalp here, huh? You had a couple of fake outs that you avoided, right? By like respecting the rules. And it paid off after the second fake out. Still haven't gotten the sign to leave just yet. But getting close. You can see the choppiness. You can see it with the 5 EMA, but let me. I don't know white water. Right, so you can see the choppiness there. You're still in the trade, but it's getting choppy. Waves are starting to break. I'm sure he's been called worse. Now or never. Make them pay. Make them pay. That's fine. I don't know, Toxin. I mean, it seems legit. I'm looking at it like a good marketing ploy, right? Get people sort of get Block's name out there, but it's probably only going to be You know, like the old faucet was 5 Bitcoin, but that 5 Bitcoin was worth like 20 cents each. It was like $1, $2 worth of Bitcoin. Now, shit, I'm not gonna look free Satoshi in the mouth. You know what I mean? I'll take it, but I think they're gonna get a lot more off of the hype. Yeah, I think so. I think it's just a low key ad. There's gonna be a limit. I'm sure it'll probably be, you know, a couple Bitcoin. Just think of it like how much Bitcoin would Block have spent on marketing and somebody coming in and being like, look, y'all, how about we do this? We'll bring the faucet back. It'll be hype. We'll give the Bitcoin right to the people. Probably going to be the best marketing dollars we could spend. What are we going to do? Like put some ads on. You know, it's the bear market, bro. Only thing that's going to get people's attention is free money. I think it's genius as far as marketing goes. It's a good idea. And I don't think it's necessarily bad if they're really giving out free Bitcoin. I mean, screw it. 10 years from now, you know, we'll be talking about how they gave away free Bitcoin and blah, blah, blah. 5 sats, yeah. That's right around what I expect. But if it's the first sats that people have, right? Maybe that's a good thing. Yeah, straight up. I mean, what else? Like, think of it. What do? Give it to KOLs, right? And have people make videos on Block right now. Like, how many Block videos are you going to sit through right now? We wouldn't even be talking about Block if they weren't giving away free Satoshis. I'm advertising for them right now, or at least bringing the attention to the name, you know? I think that's the point. Yeah, bro. Like I said, it was only $1 worth of sats. This picture right here that everybody loves to send around Twitter. Right, the old faucet. I'm giving away 5 Bitcoin per visitor. Right, but then look over here. $750 available. Like, wait a minute. Like, yeah, that's exactly. That shows you what the price of Bitcoin was at the time. But if you show somebody this now and they're like, oh shit, you got 5 Bitcoin for free, right? In 20 years, that might be how people feel about sats. But 5 sats does sound pretty small. I don't know what the math is right now on that. But it's got to be worth the transaction fee, you know? Or else. It will. There will be scams because there'll be fake sites and there'll be people signing their wallets up to, you know, you got to be really careful. I personally don't think Block is going to scam anybody. Not just because we share last name, but I mean, Jack Dorsey does have somewhat of a reputation in crypto that you don't really want to completely just throw away. But I've said that about other people before in the past as well, so you just got to see if it's worth it for you. Right. If I look at it and it looks safe, I'll do it just for the nostalgia of it. But there'll definitely be some scams spawning out around it. I'm sure there's already all types of clone sites. So, yeah, so that seems kind of low. I don't know, man. If I could just convince people to stop looking at Bitcoin as a whole Bitcoin and just look at Satoshis. Like everybody loves these coins, right? Like you go to the trenches and it's like people are just throwing their money at like, please scam me, you know? And the reason they feel that way is because they can get so many of them for $1, right? It's just like quantity bias. And the reason that people don't get Bitcoin is because they feel like they can't afford an entire Bitcoin. So it's like, if I can just start getting people to start thinking about Bitcoin and Satoshis, then it should be easier, you know? My bad. Hold on. I'm answering DM real quick. All right, my bad. So let's see. One Satoshi right now is 45 cents. Is that right?
Yo, Dbloc, so how much is a Satoshi worth?
That's what I'm saying. If you go to a converter, it's tired and I don't feel like doing math. But
I guess
if you go to a converter right now, I'm just checking the second one to make sure that it's right. Satoshi, one
I could,
Satoshi. One Satoshi is 30692. I thought that was wrong. I don't know what the hell they were talking about. So what I'm trying to say is like, it's the same price as these shit coins, right? And everybody's always like, I got 1 billion, you know, I got 1 billion foo dog coin. And it's like, bro, but there's no use case there. It doesn't matter if you have 1 trillion of them, like, and then you have Satoshis, right? Just look at Satoshis like a freaking shitcoin. Hold on.
I think I asked it wrong. Not the value, but like how many decimal points? Would it be the very last decimal point?
How many Huda beat it a whata? 100 million Satoshis gets you 1 Bitcoin.
Okay, so
You know what I'm
yeah, it
saying?
would be
So it's like,
the
it's just like all of these shit coins, right? Except one, you won't get rug pulled. And if you can collect 100 million of them, it turns into a Bitcoin. Like that's, look at it like that's the shit coin, and this is the shit coin's use case.
yeah. That makes more sense. Yeah, no, my real question was like decimal point wise, like is it a 0.000001 or a 0.0001? You know what? The decimal point.
It would be 0.000. Let me not this up for you. 0.0000001. 7 zeros.
7. Yeah, okay, perfect. Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to figure that out, but I'm horrible with math. So.
Yeah, I know, Mick. It's late. That's why I said my brain was in a no math zone. But I knew for a fact that 46 cents wasn't correct. I wish one of these days. But that's my point, right? Like, let's say Bitcoin continues. Let's say Bitcoin doesn't get any more explosive than it has been. It's the same thing, Toxin. It's not a different coin. It's just the percentage of BTC you have is counted in Satoshis. Right? So when I tell people buy sats, what I'm really saying is just buy Bitcoin. But stop focusing on the fact that you can't get a whole Bitcoin. Because if Bitcoin keeps going the way it's going, even if we have diminished returns, right? And let's say there's no massive adoption and we just a steady climb. I mean, eventually Bitcoin is going to be 250K, and that's 250K at the bottom of a bear market. So to not get Bitcoin now because you can't get a whole one, when in the future nobody's going to be able to get a whole one anyways, it just doesn't make any sense, you know? Yeah, just like anything else, though. Nothing's a certainty. That's why I said if it continues the way it has been, our job is to look for evidence that it's not going to continue to be right what it's been. But the good thing is that there's no counterparty, so you don't have to worry about CEO getting exposed or canceled and stock price falling. It is what it is. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can ever kill the meme coin market again, honestly. Mainly adoption more than anything else, Toxin. Right, this is just moved off of increased adoption and scarcity. And the longer it's around, it's a proof of concept, right? The longer it's around, the more people realize it's not going anywhere. Silk Road gave it its first use case. But if it wasn't Silk Road, it would have been somebody else. But the main catalyst for Bitcoin is the debasement of fiat. Every time that money printer turns on and the dollar gets weaker, Bitcoin goes up in price. And if you know what I know about how this country works, that money printer is never going to stop getting turned on. It's actually going to escalate when we get desperate. Now, what we hope is that Bitcoin goes to $1 million, but it's not because of hyperinflation, right? That's the fear. Bitcoin's at $1 million, but it costs $50,000 for a loaf of bread. You know, that type of shit. They're dated. I mean, if that helps any. I gotta go put all of this shit in my again in a second. Like every 3 hours, this shit is annoying. Yeah, it's just a sty. But that sure didn't stop him from selling me a bunch of shit to put in it, though. I mean, alts do help to fuel Bitcoin's rise, though. Alts bring money into Bitcoin that would normally not be in Bitcoin. Right? Retail comes in, they lose their money in alts. They're not interested in Bitcoin. They think it's too fat, too slow. But they lose their money in alts and they get rug pulled in memes, and the people who rug pull buy Bitcoin. It's going to change it. I don't think it'll change it much, but we'll definitely have to adapt to it. Yeah, it all comes back home eventually. That's what sucks about these polymarket dudes, because that's, you know, that's crypto money now that's being lost to people who aren't necessarily buying Bitcoin. You know, they're just trading insider information into cash and doing whatever the hell they do with it. I need to retrain Bobby tonight before I go to sleep and calm his ass down.